Good morning. I hope you can hear me in the room and outside the room. Welcome back again. Excuse me for the second day of this workshop. Today we're going to be a bit more practical. I think we spoke a lot from our side about theory, but now we're going to make it very hands-on. We have. I hope this will. Yes, it does work. Just for the purposes of the meeting here in the room, just a reminder about wearing your badge, and please return it at the end of the day. Lunch and coffee outside the room, as we explained yesterday. Smoking also outside the building. There will be some photography happening. If you have any issues with that, you don't want to appear in photographs, please let the person know. The lady came towards the end of yesterday. I think she will be back here today. The recording is available on YouTube as a YouTube video. We're being streamed right now live, so people must be watching us on YouTube, and later obviously you can go and visit and revisit the event. And in the case of emergency, you need to follow the green signs, and we all go together where we need to find ourselves to avoid any problems. With this, we will make a very small recap. I will just repeat the slide I presented at the end of yesterday, just for the benefit of those who may be, especially outside the room, may have not been attending day one, and they would like to have an idea of what we discussed. We discussed obviously very many things. I must say that probably we discussed more about applications than notifications, but today we'll try to focus specifically notifications. We also welcome questions and comments on Slido. Priority today will be given to questions which are specific to what we will be presenting, like creating an ECHA account, generating your ECHA dossier, submitting it, seeing how it is disseminated, and so forth. If at the end we have any time for other questions, more perhaps outside the scope of notification, then we may take them as well. But please, especially the people who are outside the room, try to follow the demonstrations, which will be live, and try to reflect and perhaps ask any questions, something that the demonstration has not captured or has not been very clear to you. We will give priority to this type of inputs. So very quickly on what we tried to convey yesterday, specifically again about the notification of intention. Again, a point to make that we will be offering written responses to all Slido questions we have received. So if for some reason you have not heard an answer to your question, rest assured that you will have a written answer as well. And we will be revisiting obviously the information we gave you yesterday. Sometimes taking a little bit more time ensures that we give a more considered and accurate response. So the takeaways from session one yesterday was that the notification of intention aims to be a fully automated process. We would like to make this a low effort process that people can do very quickly, and they need to provide only a small amount of data, very important, but still a very small amount. We have a guidance document dedicated to the notification of intention. This is volume 4, and there is a manual for how to fill in the different EUCLID fields. And in case there's any question about this, there will be also a manual for the application, which is obviously going to be more complicated and more expansive. We promote and we encourage notifiers to make the notifications early to achieve the goals of the notification system, and to help us plan as well. And we will be supporting you all the way. I have mentioned, I think, help desk probably 20 times yesterday. I will repeat it probably another 20. Please, if you have any questions, come to the help desk. It doesn't need to be any question only about the legal text or information requirements. Could be anything about, I try to use Euclid and this doesn't work. How do I create an account? Anything that is really blocking your way to submitting successfully, please do get in touch and let us know how we can help you. And again, please start preparing your applications and notifications now. Notifications will not take too long, but applications may take, so please, you're advised to go ahead and make a start if you have not already. And with this, we'll move to the real content. The first part of the demonstration today will be to look into how you're preparing for it, how you can create an account that will help you access our systems. The demonstration will be made by our colleague Maria Jose Belmonte Sanchez, and the floor will very soon be yours. Thank you, Maria Jose.
Thank you, Panos. I will share the screen. Wonderful. Yes, so as Panos said, my name is Maria Jose Belmonte Sanchez. I am the product manager for ECHA Accounts, which is our identity management system where you can identify yourself as a user and also the company or the legal entity that you are representing and interact with us. The purpose of my demo is to give you all the information that you need in order to be ready to prepare and submit your, at the moment, DVD NOI, but later on your DVD app. What I will not show you today is how to create an account. I know that most of you have already an ECHA account based on the questions that we have received on Slido, but in case that you don't have yet an ECHA account, I don't want you to feel that you are guideless or a little bit hesitant, so I wanted to start my demo with this page on the website, which is our ECHA accounts portal support page. And here, if you need to create your ECHA account, you will be guided with the industry manual. That's a good read to familiarize yourself with our accounts. And also we have video tutorials on how to sign up, validate your email address, how to create your username, how to provide the information of your company. So that will be out of scope, but you still have a lot of support material. And as Panos said just a couple of minutes ago, if you encounter any problems or you have doubts, do not hesitate during the creation of the account to contact the help desk. We will provide you with any help that you need. However, for today, what's on the scope of our demonstration is that we will show you how to set the necessary roles to enter into the industry portal, how to create the needed contacts to successfully submit a DVD NOI, and in case you will be requiring a representative to hide your identity towards publication, how to create this type of contact in our system. So maybe we can start. This is our quality assured environment. And this is the account that we have created for the purpose of testing and to help us during this demo. So what you see here is the main dashboard of ECHA accounts. It shows you the applications that you have access to. In the future, you will be expected to see here also the industry portal. The moment we don't have yet the card, we are working on it. Then you have information about your user, and we call it legal entity, but this is your company. When you click on it, you can see the details of the company that you have created, and this is just a testing name. You have some contact information, and then you have the physical information of the company and some billing address. For the DVD purposes, the billing address is not relevant. However, for any other pieces of legislation, there could be invoices. So this is a required field of information. Inside of the legal entity, you have the section users and contacts. So as I said before, let's start with the users. This is our only user in the account. And here you can see the user roles. User roles will allow you to enter ECHA, the different ECHA applications or ECHA IT tools. And for DVD, the key roles that you will need to have is the industry portal manager and reader. As you can imagine, the industry portal manager allows you to submit and interact with ECHA in the industry portal, whereas the industry portal reader only allows you view access. So once that you have created your account, please make sure that you have added these two roles to your user to be able to log in the portal and perform your submissions. Now, if we go to contacts, I have created already two different contacts. For the purpose of the demo, we can start with adding the DVD role to an existing contact. So let's demonstrate that. So let's open this contact, and we saw that this contact is for biocidal product regulation, for the prior and informed consent notification, and for the poison center notification. So we want to add the DVD general. You may wonder that why do I need to have a contact with the DVD general? And that's because it's an information requirement for the DVD NOI, and it would be required in the submission wizard to select a contact. My colleague Basilios will show you that later, but we really need to make sure we have a contact, otherwise we are not going to be able to proceed with our submission. So let's add the role. We click on edit, and since this contact already exists, we just have to scroll down to the contact types. When we click on it, we have a drop down. These are the relevant contacts that we have created for the industry portal and DVD NOI. And we will add the DVD general and then click on save. So if we go down, we see that now the DVD general contact type has been added. So this contact will be available to be selected in the industry portal later on. This is one possibility. Another possibility that we wanted to demonstrate is that what happens if you didn't have any contacts. When you add a contact, we have made it so, if I scroll down, as you can see, the DVD general contact is now pre-selected by default together with our other contact types. So if you need to start from scratch, you cannot forget to add the DVD general. The system will pre-populate it for you, and we thought that this could be quite handy. If you are creating the account for the first time, the system will generate a contact based on the user information, and it will assign also the DVD general. So it's a very, very easy process. Now, another example that we wanted to show is to add a representative. This, let's fill it in. So let's just write some testing data. So industry, portal, for DVD workshop, we will add some random number and an email. Here, the wizard asks me if the company, when you see legal entity, please think about the company if it helps you, but it's asking me that, is this contact working for the same legal entity? In our case, no, it's a representative, so we want to call it representative company. We don't want our name to be disclosed. And then, since we have selected that this is not the same as our legal entity, this toggle has now switched off, meaning we can write the physical address of the company. If we would have it the other way around, this pre-populates the information of the physical address of the company with the one that we have provided to the ECHA accounts before. But for the purpose of the testing, let's put something else. So this will be our representative. And once that I click on save, you can see it here, the industry portal representative for DVD workshop. And I actually forgot the most important thing, which was to assign the role. So forgive me for that. When we come here, we need to click on representative. And now it is ready. Perfect. There is really not much to eat otherwise. So please remember that in order to be ready to prepare your notification and to submit it in the portal, you will need to have the necessary rights, as I said, and then you will need to have the contact with the contact type DVD general. If you want to have a representative, you should add the contact type on your contact, otherwise it will not appear. So if I could make sure that there are some key messages is to reinstate that. Creating an account is very easy. You have all the support material on the website. You have manuals, you have Q&As, you have videos. We are going to publish this support material in a shape of a video on how to add the DVD contact, how to add representative, how to add the information on the non-EU represented company. And we will link them to the support pages of the DVD that you can easily access those. On top of that, if once that you have created your account, make sure you have the rights, make sure you have your necessary contact, and if you encounter any problem at any time, please do not hesitate to contact ECHA through the help desk. And for now, that's all from my side, but happy to reply any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria Jose. It was a bit easier and quicker than I anticipated. If we can, we'll share our screen from here in a moment. I hope I can make it move now. I'm too quick, I'm told. Just to show the QR code that will allow remote participants to ask relevant questions. I'll try. Okay, we can take questions from the room. Is everything clear? I hope most of you have some experience with creating ECHA accounts, so maybe that was a little bit of extra information on top. But is there something that is really not clear? Somebody who has no experience with ECHA accounts and would like to ask even very basic questions, which is absolutely fine. Please do not hesitate. Don't be shy. If something is really you're not familiar with, please raise your hand. Everything is very clear. I don't see any questions on Slido coming in specifically for this presentation. I will give remote participants only a few more seconds to, in case somebody is typing any question. In the meantime, yes, please, if somebody wants to ask something. Yes, maybe we should do. I would like to ask, do people, participants in the room, do you have accounts right now? Okay, most people do, so we're preaching to the converted. All right, great. I don't see any questions coming in. It was very clear. Thank you. Do you want to say something, perhaps? No. Okay. Fine. We can move to the next topic much faster than we had anticipated. Thank you very much, Maria Jose. We're gonna go to something more technical, perhaps, or perhaps more complicated, though not too much more complicated. We have three colleagues who will take us through the process of creating the EUCLID dossier. We will see what the template looks like. I gave a small introduction yesterday. We will have the creation of a fake dossier. Again, please don't get too upset if the alloy we're going to be presenting or whatever we're presenting is not really too realistic, but it's just an example. Then we will see how the validation of the dossier takes place to ensure that before you submit it, it contains the necessary information, doesn't have any mistakes. And then we'll see how you ensure that what eventually will be published by ECHA does not contain any information that you would like not to have have it published. So our colleague Dorota will start with this presentation, and let's go into the change of presenters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Panos. My name is Dorota Burchardt-Sosnowska. I work in the ECHA team, and together with me are Michela Cirino and Daria Caselius, and online we have also Joanna Vladescu. I will start with a short reminder what EUCLID is. EUCLID is International Uniform Chemical Information Database, and will be used at the first step of the Drinking Water Directive process to prepare the notification of intention. And of course, later on, also the application. And what you will find in EUCLID. So EUCLID will allow you to work on the format of the notification of intention. You will find there special documents, fields, pick list, everything ready for you to store and organize data. Then we will have also validation assistant to check that the data you provided are complete. And you will be also able to do the dissemination preview to show what data will be made publicly available. And outcome of your work in EUCLID is IF6Z file, we call it Dossier, containing all required data ready for submission. Next slide, please. And how to log into EUCLID and where to find EUCLID. So there are two instances of EUCLID Cloud to be used. EUCLID Cloud Trial. This is for users that would like to familiarize themselves with EUCLID. Subscription is 90 days, but I think for most of you will be more relevant will be full EUCLID Cloud. This is the account to be used to prepare notifications to be submitted, and subscriptions for this EUCLID instance is 2 years. In both of those, you can use your own data, and no one else will have access to this data. And if you log in, if you have already an ECHA account, so we just learned that this is the case here. You go to ECHA Cloud Services homepage, and you log in and you subscribe to a selected service, or trial, or full EUCLID Cloud. Next slide, please. And if we have users maybe online that don't have yet ECHA account, they also start with the same page, but before they can log in, they need to register, as Maria Jose explained, and then they need to subscribe to EUCLID 6 selected service. So this is introduction, and now I will share my screen to provide you with the demonstration on how those things looked with, how it looks with EUCLID. So for the purposes of this demonstration, I am the applicant preparing my first notification of intention. At the first step of the process, I use EUCLID, and I'm already logged in. And on the main page of EUCLID, I see that I can report data on substances, on mixtures, and on articles. In the context of the Drinking Water Directive, I will always use substances. Under the substances, I see the distinction between datasets and dossiers. Datasets are the editable files. Dossiers are the files logged for edition. I want to create dataset for my notification of intention, so I start by clicking on the datasets. Then I click on New Substance, and I provide the name. And I click on Create. In this example, this is the name of the individual metallic composition, which is subject to the notification of intention. This name must reflect how the notified entry, in this case, a metallic composition that would be shown if included in the European positive list. So I created this substance, and now I open the dataset. The name given by me and my legal entity obtained from the setting of my ECHA account are already displayed. And the first thing I need to do here is to select the working context in which I would like to work. So I click on a small arrow, working context. I select new working context. I open the list of all available working contexts, and I scroll down to find the EU Drinking Water Directive. And I select Drinking Water Directive Notification of Intention. I apply. And now on the left side, when I have the table of contents, I can see all the sections in which I will be filling the information for notification of intention. The first document in the list is dossier header. Dossier header contains a set of fields used to store administrative information that is relevant to the submission of data under a particular regulation. In this case, Drinking Water Directive Notification of Intention. The fields present here are determined by the selection of this very working context. I immediately see that some fields are marked as mandatory. Those are application type, material type, anticipated application submission date. And those fields are essential to determine this notification. So I fill the data. I start by dossier name. In the name, I indicated that this is a notification of intention for the alloy, and I included the intended period of submission as a reminder to myself and my colleagues. Then dossier submission remark is a free text field. Note that the Drinking Water Directive notification of intention process is fully automated. So ECHA will not actively consider any information provided in this field before the data are published. The contents of this field will be visible in the published dossier. This field is optional and can be left empty if there is no need of any remark related to the submission. And I left it empty. Then I have application type. I have choice of 3 options here, and I select new starting substance, composition, or constituents, which does not exist in the EUPL. Material type, in my case, is metallic materials. And then anticipated application submission date is for me let's say February 2027. This day cannot be earlier than 31st December 2026. This is very important. The submission is an update. I leave this empty because this is initial submission, so not relevant in my case. And then again, we have remarks field. Is a free text field which allows me to provide any remark I wish to make on any of the dossier specific information provided above. And I will use this field to point that the application will be submitted on behalf of several interested economic operators. So I will write here the intended. So I put the remark, the intended application will be submitted on behalf of a consortium of 3 manufacturers of the alloy. After filling all needed fields, I save. Dossier header can be edited at any time, also when I will have all data inserted and I would like to log the current version of a dataset for addition, so to create non-editable dossier. I can freely jump between all the sections and complete data whenever I want. Also, I can create more than one dossier if I need to correct something in a data set. The important thing here is that at the end, I have to have only one final dossier for the submission. I move now to the section 1.1 identification. Notified entry is already here. I inserted in this when I created a data set. And the next step, I need to assign the reference substance. This reference substance will identify my notified entry. So I click on the field and I open the list of available reference substance. So I created earlier several reference substances for different metals, but I don't have a reference substance for my alloy. So I click create. I fill the reference name and the UPAC name. And the reference substance name and the UPAC name are identical to the notified entry name that I inserted at the beginning, and they always should be identical. In this example, there is no EC number or CAS number to be provided. Additionally, as this is a new alloy that is not listed in the European positive list, we don't have yet EUPL number for this. If it happens that I have a notified entry that already have EUPL number, I could provide this EUPL number here in the list of synonyms, but it is not relevant to my case. Additionally, in the molecular and structural formula, structural information, I can provide more information, and I will add here molecular formula. Further detail may sometimes help stakeholders better identify the notified entry. Therefore, even though information on molecular weights, miles, or chemical structures are optional, the user might consider whether their inclusion and subsequent publication would be helpful. I save information and I see that now my reference substance is linked. At the end, I specify the type of the notified entry. I can see that in the list there is no option metallic composition, so I select other and I write metallic composition. This phrase will be added to the pick list in April 2026 EUCLID release. And I save. It's important to always remember to save your data. Then I move to the section 1.2 composition, and I add the new records by clicking on the plus sign, add the new document. Since this is a new metallic composition which belongs to a new metallic composition category, I must create two composition documents in this section, one for the alloy itself and another for the new composition category. The first composition is for the alloy, so I create the document I create is for the alloy, and I first edit its name to be more meaningful. I copy this name and I paste it also here. Then I indicate type of composition. In the majority of cases, the appropriate choice is a legal entity composition of the substance, and only one chemical composition must be provided. Yet for our example, as this is very specific as previously said, It has been set up to reflect a new alloy that belongs to a new metallic composition category, the copper, zinc, arsenic, bismuth alloys category. So I select here legal entity composition of the substance. I also select a state form as solid bulk, but before I will select it, I would like to mention that if I would select solid nanoform, I will have a special field at the end, characterization of nanoforms. But in my case, it will be solid bulk. Then a very important moment of filling in the composition, I need to add all the constituents. And I do it by clicking each time on plus new item sign, and I create a row, and for each constituent I add reference substance. I the same way as I was doing reference substance. To save the time, I created already relevant reference substance, so I start to put the constituents first. Copper, I need to put concentration range. Marks. And last, bismuth. I can also say, if I have a lot of reference substances, I can search for the substance, putting its name or part of the name here in the search field, and then I easily find my substance if the list is long. And finally, I have all the constituents. And before I add impurities, I would like to mention a few points here. As you can see, I put more precise values in the remarks field. This is because Euclid does not allow the zero to be shown after a decimal point if the zero is not followed by another number. Therefore, if for Cooper it is important for the notifier to show decimal part, so for example 69.0, the concentration range which shows the decimals must be added in the remark column. For the zinc, zinc often appears as the reminder of an alloy composition. Euclid requires that the concentration range and is added in the remarks column as the reminder. So, and then for arsenic and bismuth, some text with additional remarks have been added. These are optional and have been added for the demonstration, but it's not considered mandatory. For a new metallic composition, as you can see, I need to declare impurities. I create new rows in the same way as for the constituents, and I'm adding reference substances and concentration range at the same as I did for constituents. So my first impurity is iron, and concentration range between 0 and 0.3. No, 0.03. Then manganese. And the last one. And at the end, I save. So I have now all the constituents and all the impurities listed in my composition. Now, as I mentioned, I will create a similar document, but for the new category of metallic composition. And as you saw, it took me some time to type, to link all the reference substance, to link concentration range and remarks. So to avoid retyping all the chemical names, I copy the first document and then I will edit. So I go to the three dots menu in top right corner. I select copy data from. I select my data set. I select this first created composition and I click on copy. Now I can see that in the table of contents, the copy of this record appeared. So I open it and first I change the name. So the name will be composition of and this time I indicate the type of composition as a boundary composition of the substance to indicate that this is related to the new alloy category, not the alloy itself. State form remain the same, solid bulk. And then I go to the constituents and instead of typing everything from scratch, I just edit the values. So for bismuth, and I remove the remarks. And I remove the remarks. For zinc, it remains as a reminder. And for copper, constituents are ready, and now I go to the impurities under impurities, I need to change only one value for the concentration range. For antimony, it will be 0.1. And I save. My composition is ready. The next section is called identifier. And this section might be completed after adding a new document, as I showed here. This section must be used when a user is preparing an update to a Drinking Water Directive notification of intention that has already been successfully submitted to ECHA. In such case, a user must provide the Drinking Water Directive notification of intention number. I will show you where to find this number. So this is Drinking Water Directive notification of intention number. This is the number issued by the ECHA's Industry and Authority portals upon the successful initial submission, and the format of this number is DWD dash and then 10 numbers. Other additional identifiers in this section may be included on a user's initiative if such inclusion is considered useful in helping interested economic operators to properly identify the notified entry. In my example, as the dataset is for the initial submission and not an update, and we don't have interest in supplying any other identifiers, no documents is needed in this section. So I will remove this document. I leave this identifier section empty for my initial submission, and I can move to the last section to be filled in intended use of the notified entry. I create a new document, and before I fill in the section 2, I would like to explain some general rules on how to fill this section for different materials. So for starting substances for organic materials and cementitious constituents, if the intended use apply to more than one material category or more than one technical function, the corresponding number of intended use documents must be created. So here in this section, there will be more than one document. And then for metallic, enamel, ceramic, and other inorganic compositions, only one intended use document is required. My notification of intention is for metallic composition, therefore only one document is created, and I select here metallic materials. I will also edit the name of the document to make it more meaningful. I selected already metallic materials type. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that selection of this material type determines which fields are displayed later on. So if I would have, for example, organic material, I will see that I need to fill organic material category and technical function of the starting substance in the material. For the cementitious materials, I will have technical function of the organic constituents in the cementitious material, and also another fields for enamel, ceramic, and inorganic material category. So I keep metallic materials, and metallic material category is a new category. And in the remark field, I add the name of this new metallic category, which is copper, zinc, arsenic, bismuth, alloys. And then a product group of metallic material in this case will be BD, 10% exposed surface. The scope of these product groups is explained in Commission Decision 2024-365 and in ECHA's Drinking Water Directive Guidance Document Volume 1. I save, I always after filling any documents, and at this point all my data I provided and can be validated. We come back to the presentation.
Dorota, sorry to interrupt you. There is a question online, which I think is we need to take it before you move to the validation because it's very relevant to what you have done. The person who's asking the question says, I did not understand why and how should I change the concentration range of the components of the constituents. Could you please explain to one more time? So if you can go back and show how you change the concentration ranges. I think it was when you created the copy and you were modifying. Yeah. Please, thank you.
So I have my first document. I will do it once more slowly. And then here on the top right corner, I have the menu with 3 dots. Under this menu, I have several important functionalities, and one of it is copy data from. This allows me to literally copy the existing record. So I clicked on this, and then the same record appeared in the table of contents. And this record was marked with the name copy at the end. I removed this, and I started to edit. So addition in this document doesn't impact in any way my first original document. So to edit anything in Euclid, I basically always just click on the required field. So for example, if I would like to link here different reference substance, I would click on this field. I didn't want to link any other reference substance, so I only click on the field concentration range exactly here, and then when I clicked on it, additional row became visible, editable field. And here I can click on the qualifiers and select qualifier if needed. I can change it to something else. I added the same value, but so I just edit. And also and then when it is done, it's enough to click on another fields to close this field. And I saved. When I save it, the new values remain. So basically editing is by clicking on the field. I hope it answers the question.
Thank you, Dorota. I hope it is clear. If the person who needs more help, please send another question online. We'll pick it up quickly and explain. You can proceed. Thank you, Dorota. Give us a moment. We'll move to the next slides for the validation.
Just
Yes, Alejandro.
hi, good morning, Alejandro
Meantime.
Aratos from Pre-Consortium. I have a quick question. I mean, for the legal entity and boundary compositions, I mean, if we are intended to submit something on behalf of the other companies, I mean, notification of intention, I believe that the legal entity composition will be the one submitting the notification, and the boundaries will have to cover all the chemical compositions from the other companies. I mean, that's the same logic from the registration dossiers, that's right?
That is correct.
Okay.
If you intend to cover a composition that has boron, side again. That's my favorite example, between 0 and 25, and everybody needs to fall in between. If somebody obviously uses 35%, then they will not be covered. I guess Ioana will take over from here.
Yes, thank you, Panos.
Thank you. Go ahead.
First, I would like to start with a short reminder on the benefits of using Euclid Validation Assistant and how it can help you during the preparation of your dossier. The main purpose of Validation Assistant is to verify that the data in your submission dossier is complete against the regulation requirements. Validation Assistant, it will ensure that the data is available and harmonized. It will assist industry users during dossier preparation. And of course, it's going to validate submitted dossiers at ECHA's site. Note that we will be running the same checks as submissions, so please use Validation Assistant to see potential issues before you submit your dossiers to ECHA. We can go to the next slide, please. The Validation Assistant is going to be available for both notification of intention and application submission types. When you are going to validate your data, you will see a report which will indicate all the issues with your data set displayed under submission and quality check tabs. You will need to pay special attention to the submission tab, as these failures will also be running at the submission site. The report is going to indicate the location of the issue and, of course, a message that's going to provide the small instructions on how to fix the issue. You are also going to see the type of the check and the rule ID. The rule ID is very helpful for us in case you report any questions or you have any issues that you would want to report further on the Validation Assistant. Next slide, please. We keep developing validation checks in each Euclid release. You can access the list with all of these available rules on Euclid pages in the data validation section. And this list, of course, is going to be updated with every release. And now we can do a little demo to see exactly how Validation Assistant rules are working and how we can fix potential issues. I will present to you today some checks in the dossier header and in section 1.1, identification. So first, let's go to the dossier header and modify the anticipated application submission date to be set for today's date. We are going to save, and then we are going to move to section 1.1, and we are going to leave the type of notified entry field empty. We are going to save again, and then you can validate the data that you enter at any moment to check the quality. We are going to click on the validate button, and in the validation report, let's see if we have any issues. As you can see, we have two business rules failing, number 9 and number 95. These can be fixed straight in the report here on this page, or you can always go back to the data set and modify your information. I propose to fix it for today in the report directly. So let's go to our first error. As you can see here in the error message, it is specified that the application date should not be earlier than 31st of December 2026. So let's modify this date. We are going to put a date in the future. Don't forget, always after you modify something, to save the data. And now let's move to the second error that we have, which states that we shouldn't have the type of notified entry empty. So here we are going to select other. And of course, we will need to complete the free text field. And here we are going to indicate metallic composition. We are going to save. And now you can always revalidate the data through the revalidate button. And let's check if all our issues have been fixed. As you can see, there are no other errors at this point. It is really important to validate and revalidate every time that you modify some data, and of course, before the dossier is going to be submitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Dorota, are you taking over? Thank you.
After all the corrections are done, I can create a dossier. So log the data for edition. In the top right corner, I click on the purple button Create Dossier. I see once again all the information I inserted in the dossier header. I can click on the Create Dossier if I want to use the default setting, or I can select Advanced Settings if I want to change anything. For this demo, I decided to include legal entity. So I went to Advanced Settings, I can include legal entity, and I click again on Create Dossier. This is just for the demonstration purposes. The information present in the dossier header will not be considered by ECHA during the processing of the dossier, so including legal entity is not necessary here. I get the message that the dossier was completed successfully. I can open it. I can see that the padlock indicates that this is now locked for the addition, but I can open the same table of contents and I can see that all my documents I created are here. During the creation of the dossier, some data are added automatically. For example, dossier creation date and time. In the dossier header, you can also see now the empty fields that have been previously hidden in the dataset to help the user to provide only necessary data. If I wish, I also can validate again the data to see if the dossier is complete. And now we will go to the slides again.
Apologies for the short delay. We're trying to get to the slide that we need. Is there any question from the room in the meantime while we're trying to attend to the technical issues? Anything that we have some questions on Slido and we will take them in a moment. But if there's any question about creating the Euclid dossier, validation, and how it works, how it helps you ensure that you have the right information in the dossier, are there any questions in the room? Yes, please, take the floor.
One question concerning the impurities and the constituent. Okay. We know maybe the constituent, but concerning the impurities, are there any rules to decide how many impurity report or?
Yes, there is a rule, and this is actually in the first annex of the first implementing act of decision 365/2024. I'm scrolling to find out the relevant point. The names and impurities, yes. It is point 1.3.3 in the table of Annex 1 to the first implementing act that explains that impurities present above 0.02% weight by weight need to be declared, and the corresponding maximum. So yeah, there is a limit. If it's 0.001, then obviously you don't have to declare it. Are we ready? Thank you. Thanks for the question. Helped us to cover the time a little bit. Yes, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Michela Cirino from the dissemination team of the data availability unit. And for this part of the presentation, I'm going to guide you through the confidentiality requirements for DVD notification of intention dossier. So as you can see from this slide, according to the Drinking Water Directive, there is some information from the dossier that will not be made publicly available once the dossier is published. And this information includes, for example, the identification of the applicant, such as the name and the contact details in case representative is designated, and also information concerning the manufacturing process, such as the concentration range of the constituents and everything regarding impurities. So now I will guide you through a short demo. Yes, so before we focus on how the confidential version of the dossier looks like, I will first show you how the information that I just mentioned looks like inside the dossier by using the same one that my colleague Dorota created before. As you can see, we are in a notification of intention dossier in ECHA. By starting in the dossier header, we have a legal entity for which now there is information available, such as the legal entity name, type, and some contact details. And then if we move to section 1.2, which is the composition, I will select one endpoint. We have some information for the constituents, such as reference substance and concentration range and remarks that were filled in before, as well as for the impurities of a new metallic composition, for which we also have reference substance and concentration range. So in EUCLID, the process through which the confidential information is removed is called filtering, and filtering is achieved within EUCLID thanks to a filtering engine, which is an IT tool that contains confidentiality rules that interpret the confidentiality requirements of the legal text and that determine how the dossier will look like once it is published. So what information will be available and what information will be removed. An interesting part is that these requirements can be simulated by users, by anyone who is creating the dossiers, by clicking on the dissemination preview option, which is a plugin existing in EUCLID that you can get from here by clicking on the three dots and then on the dissemination preview option. And after that, on the second option, which is create a report and filter dossier. So this will generate both a filtering report and then a filter dossier. We can check the filter dossier first by opening it from here. So if we see and we look at the previous information that I was showing before, we see already that the legal entity is not available anymore. And this is because the legal entity is one of those confidential fields according to the directive, which therefore are not displayed in the final dossier in EUCLID. And if we go again and check section 1.2, as I was mentioning before, the concentration range of the constituents are also considered confidential information, and therefore they are removed from the dossier, as well as everything related to the impurities of a new metallic composition. So we don't have any more information for reference substance or concentration range. Now we can look at the same information, but from a different perspective, let's say, by opening the filtering report. So the filtering report is an Excel file generated by ECHA, which contains different columns, among which for us are particularly important column H, which contains the list of all the paths that are available in ECHA that were filled in the dossier, and column E, which contains the publishability outcome for each one of the different fields. So if we want to look at the same information but in a different way, we can check it through the dossier. This is particularly important for other dossiers where, for example, the information is there is much more information inside, so filtering and applying in Excel the different functionalities. It can be another way of looking at the data. And if we would like to check quickly a single path, we could go back to EUCLID and take, for example, from the field identifier a part of the identifier and look for it here. And we would see that for the impurities, we have the non-publishability outcomes for all the impurities that were recorded before. So this concludes my part of the demo. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to take them. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we are done for this one. Thank you, ladies. Thank you all. Thank you, Joanna, online for joining us remotely. Is there? Oh, you still need to, you need to export the file. Apologies. I thought we finished and we're ready to go. Sorry. There's a little bit more. Thanks, Dorda. Thanks for getting me straight. Yeah, we'll pass on the floor to the people who know better.
There is very short part of the demo left. So you have already dossier. This dossier is validated. This dossier, you saw also dissemination preview. So the last action I need to do is to export the IF6Z file that will be submitted. So now it is in EUCLID. I will open my dossier, my dossier containing all the data, not the filtered one. So I open it. I click again the three dots menu and I select export to IF6Z file, export to local file. And now depends on the setting of your browsers, the file will go to the downloads folder or in the folder you selected. So this is the file that contains UUID of the dossier and IF6Z. So this is the file you will submit in the next part of the process. And now it's that's all from us.
Thank you, Dorda. Yeah, we missed the exports of the dossier. So there we have it all. We created from scratch a EUCLID dossier. We validate to see whether we have made any mistakes or something is missing. We corrected any mistakes. Then we filter the dossier and we check the confidentiality report to make sure that what is published is we are okay with. And there is a relevant question that we will address about the remarks field. It will come up. And then we exported the dossier as an I6Z file, as mentioned yesterday, and we are ready to go to the next step, which is to actually make the submission. Are there any questions in the room before we take some questions that have come on Slido? Yes, please.
Sorry.
And can I also ask you to introduce yourself again?
Okay, I'm Lorenzo Modei, blast producer. And a question concerning you have explained how to introduce a new alloy and also new category by the copy function. Okay, but in the case we would like to add an alloy in existing categories. Can you explain or make an example of that?
Yes, you need to create only one composition in section 1.2, which is just the alloy. You don't need to create a composition for the boundary composition for the new alloy category. You only need one document where you identify that has constituents, copper, zinc, aluminum with the ranges and whichever impurity. So you only need one composition. You need to.
Yeah, but I can link the alloy with the category.
Yes, in the category it was in section 2. I think you select, I don't know if we can share on the screen, but in section 2, I will see it on my screen to make sure that I'm giving you the right answer. In section 2, the intended use of the notified entry. If I select, yeah, it is in the metallic material category. You need to select, there's a drop-down menu of the existing alloy categories, and you need to choose copper zinc alloys, whatever the case might be. In the example we presented, Dorota presented, we had to select the bottom option in that drop-down list, which was new category. Then she typed manually, it was a copper, zinc, arsenic. If it's easy, I just wanted to switch in between things sometimes. Okay, you can show, Dorota. We have time, and we're hopeful that this switching will not be a problem. Yes. Yes, instead of the new category option, you go through the list and you select the one that is relevant to you. Thank you. Any other question? No. And I will take a question, sorry, Clara, because there is a relevant one on Slido. Somebody is asking, how do I know when it is a new metal category? Is each copper alloy a separate category? The selection is not clear at this point. Okay, not every alloy creates its own category. If you go into the positive list in Annex 2, which is the metallic compositions positive list, you will see the second column from the left is the metallic composition category. And you will find, for example, there is the first entries are copper zinc alloys, and there is the CW501L, then the CW506L, and so forth. So there is only one category for these two alloys I just mentioned. You don't need to create with every alloy a new category. The way you find out what is your metallic composition categories, you need to look into the constituents of the composition. So in the example we presented today, which is again is a fake example, we had, if I remember, 4 constituents: copper, zinc, arsenic, and bismuth. And you can go through the list in the European positive list and find out whether something like this exists. And if it doesn't exist, you need to create it, to propose it for creation in the notification and then in the application. There is a place in our guidance document. It is volume 1, annex 4 of the guidance document, where the metallic composition categories that currently exist are being presented, and a copy of that annex as an individual document exists in the files that under our website where we explain how the Drinking Water Directive is supposed to work. I'm trying to find it on my screen. In the page called Tools and Guidance to Prepare and Submit DWD Data, on the right-hand side, there is a menu with different files that you have access to, and there is a list of categories for metallic materials. You can find it there. We will provide, don't try to write down what I'm saying. Maybe you will make a mistake or I'm not very clear, but in the written response we will be providing, you will see exactly the links and you will go straight to the list. So it's effectively, you go through the list and find out whether the combination of your constituents is reflected in any of the existing categories. If it is not, then your alloy belongs to a new category and you need to declare it as well. But it's not each alloy creates a new category. There will be several alloys per category, and the copper zinc ones is an example I gave that exists already in the positive list. Thank you. We can take more questions, and Clara will guide us through what has come through. Thank you, Clara.
Thank you, Panos. Thank you all. I will go through the different questions that we have received in the Slido. The first question that I will take potentially is for Michela, for our colleague that has been showing us how the dissemination preview works. The question is composition of substances. Will the remarks field for the constituents or the impurities be published?
Yes, so as I was showing before, thanks to the dissemination preview, the remark field is published for the constituents because because for the constituents, the only information there is removed is the concentration, while for the impurities, everything is removed, including the remarks, which anyway are an optional field in the notification of intention dossier. But once again, a reminder that the dissemination preview is a very useful tool, not only for notification of intention, it will be also for the application later on to visualize exactly what information will be removed from the dossier once it gets published. Thank you.
Thank you, Michela. The following question is related with the information about the legal entity. Yesterday, it was said that the company's contact details could be published to encourage interested companies to share data and efforts. Today, the name of the legal entity submitting in the NOI is it's mentioned that it's a confidential business information and will not be visible. Is that correct? I can take it, this one. So basically, the information related with the name of the company is not going to be taken from the dossier. Okay, so we recommend that this information is not provided in the dossier, although the field exists. Okay, the information that we are going to publish regarding the legal entity, the company, and the contact information will be considered from the submission point. Okay, so what Maria Jose this morning was sharing with us, how you create the legal entity, how you create the contact points. From this, we are going to take this information to publish it. Okay, so we recommend not to include information related with the legal entity in the dossier. Okay, that you try to not to include administrative data in the dossier. Thank you. Okay, the next question, it's related to, it's the following, Panos, maybe for you. Should I create a dossier for every material I would like to certificate? For example, material A, one dossier, material B, one dossier, and so on.
Thank you, Clara. The question is not clear because we need to be a little bit careful about terminology. Maybe the person who asked, maybe they can, after I try to give a response, they will come back with a follow-up question. Okay, imagine that you have, I'm not sure what material is. If this material, I make plastic products and rubber products, then, but you use the same substance, then you need to, if your intention is to place on the positive list or keep on the positive list the substance to be allowed for use, to be approved for use in plastics and rubber, then you can make a single notification for the substance, and in the intended uses section 2 of the notification table of contents, you can create two documents. One, it is for its use in plastics, the other is in rubber. Okay, that would be my answer right now, the way I understand it. If the question is whether I'm using it in plastics, but it is PVC or polyethylene, for the notification of intention, you need again one notification for the substance, and you create one use document under the intended uses section 2, where you simply select polymers and plastics and polymers, whatever it is called. You explain the technical function, and that is it. Now, if there is a combination of different technical functions within the plastics, maybe you need to create more intended uses. So I'm going too wide now without fully understanding the question, but I hope it helps. If my answer does not help, please explain what you mean by every material, and we'll come back with something a bit more concrete. Thank you.
Thank you, Panos. Let's see anyway if we get a follow-up question related with this one. We have one which says, how do I know when it is a new metal category? Is each copper alloy a separate category? The selection is not clear to me at this point.
I think I addressed this already. Yeah, it's GoTo will provide an answer in writing as well. There is a list of existing categories, and you will find out whether your combination of constituents falls under in any of those.
Okay, and the final one, it's also not very concise, but let's try it. How are UPL group entries handled for notification of intention? For example, stainless steel.
Yeah, I will take this. Stainless steel. I'm trying to find it in the. It is not actually a group entry in the legal text right now. Stainless steel. It is a single entry, individual entry, named stainless steels according to EN 10,088 and EN 10,283. I will take the question a little bit more generically rather than focus on stainless steel, and we can come back to that if necessary. The notification is for individual substance. So the substance or composition may fall under a group entry in the legal text. So you need to notify the specific substance or composition you want to keep or add to the European positive list. And if that belongs to a group entry that has a specific UPL number, then the UPL number needs to be provided in the dossier header. And actually, Dorota, can we show this? Because I think it's something that the demonstration, I don't remember. Did you explain the UPL number in the dossier header for the group entries or not?
No.
No,
but I
it
can
wasn't
show it now.
relevant for the case. But to be more specific, you need to notify a specific substance or composition. You need to make a reference to the UPL number where it falls under. If it does fall under, this is still a review application, but needs to focus on the specific substance, the individual substance you want to keep or add to the European positive list. If you go to the review, thank you, Dorota. And there is a question there. Is the notified entry member of the group entry in the UPL? If you answer yes, then the UPL number of the group entry needs to be provided in the dossier header because it is not specifically relevant to that specific substance you want to notify. So if it was the other way around, that does not belong to a group entry, as we showed before, the UPL number needs to be shown in the synonyms of the reference substance. I hope that makes sense, but if I can only look around to see if people look at me not understanding what's going on, so we can very easily show it again. Dorota, let me go through this, the group entry, then you can show how you add the UPL number for a single entry. Okay. In the dossier header, as you see, the selection has been made under the field, is the notified entry a member of a group entry in the UPL? The answer has been yes. Then a new field appears below, and for the UPL number, and you provide the UPL number there, it's a 4-digit number, whatever it is, 1,592. Okay, it's a big number, don't worry too much. Fine, so this is how you notify, focusing on the UPL number, you notify a member of a group entry. If you go back to the field, is the notified entry a member of a group entry, answer no, please, Dorota, to see what happens. When you say no, obviously that field below should not have any content and should disappear, so Dorota will go and delete it. And the field, as you see, has disappeared. What you need to do is to go to the reference substance of the notified entry. Of course, we're messing up with the example, which was a completely new entry, but it's just to demonstrate the function here. Go into this Dorota, and in the synonyms, just add an UPL number for an existing individual entry. That's how it is. So there are two places to put the UPL number. If you are applying for a member of a group entry, it is in the dossier header. If it is you are applying for an individual substance outside the group entry, then you need to go into the reference substance in section 1.1 in the synonyms. Thank you. Thank you very much. It is a possibility that some entries that have been shown in the legal text as group entries may not necessarily be group entries, and vice versa. There is a possibility in the dossier header to explain whether something that the legal text right now considers group entry is not, or where something is considered an individual entry must be treated as a group entry. I think we're going into too much detail, and if there are specific questions on this, please do get in touch with us and we'll try to explain. But we aim to make the process flexible to reflect scientific realities, because the way perhaps entries have been assigned when we created the European positive list may have not been necessarily accurate. There is a possibility to do that. For the case of stainless steel, whether this is going to be split into different grades, I think we did have a discussion with member state experts at the time that the European positive list was being put together, and the conclusion was to keep just one entry for all stainless steel. So, and I think the intention would generally be to keep stainless steel as a single entry in the positive list. And as long as you are falling within these EN standards, which I mentioned earlier, they are shown in entry 1679 in the positive list, then you should be within the scope of that entry. Thank you. Is there something else?
We have received a new question. I would say, Maria Jose, maybe you can take this one. I will read it out loud. If my company already has an account on this portal because of REACH, so I understand it's in ECHA, should I just add another contact for DVD or create a new account? Thank you.
Yes, very good question. It will depend the answer, but I will assume that you are representing the same company, meaning that you are acting on your own behalf, both for REACH and for DVD. Should this not be the case, for example, you are acting on your behalf for REACH, but you will be acting on behalf of a non-EU represented company, you will need to create a new account. However, if you are acting on your own name, you can maintain the existing ECHA account for which you are accessing REACH ID and just add the necessary roles to access the industry portal and create the DVD contact.
Thank you, Maria Jose. We have received once more. Panos, maybe this one is for you. What exactly do I have to do if I want to submit an MTC tab for a substance? The substance is already on the list, but without MTC tab. Thank you.
Okay. My immediate answer would be MTC tabs are not relevant to the notification process. You don't need to provide anything about MTC tabs. Perhaps the question goes beyond notification, goes into the application. What you need to submit, you need to generate one. If there are no sources of information that help you avoid the collection of toxicological information, then you need to collect. I'll try to go very slowly on this because it can be complicated sometimes. It's quite open-ended question, so I'm not sure how much how much detail I need to go into. For the application, you need to establish whether the substance is a relevant chemical species. It may not be, it may be. In some cases, it will be by default based on the rules in Annex 4 of the first implementing act. But let's assume it is a relevant chemical species that requires an MTC tab value. The way you generate an MTC tab value is you need to look into the migration tier to see if it's a low, medium, or high, and then you go into Annex 5 of the first implementing act that shows you what toxicological information you need for the low, medium, and high migration tier. If you are in the low, you essentially need only genotoxicity information. In that same Annex 5, you will find details of what I have already mentioned. There are cases where you don't need tox data because, for example, you have already a parametric value. There is an SML value from EFSA, which is no older than 15 years. You may have a harmonized classification or other classification, not harmonized necessarily, for different hazard classes, which tell you what the MTC tab should be rather than you try to generate one through toxicological information. So you need to be clear what is the status for the substance. But the mainstream, the main scenario is you do the migration testing, you find the CTAB value. This tells you how much toxicological information you need. You need to follow the guidance documents to help you understand how you use the toxicological information to generate the MTC tab value. and there is a certain place in the application template, not obviously the notification that is very simple. We showed earlier today in Euclid, where you declare what the MTC tab value for the substance is going to be. And the RAC will look into the application, they will issue an opinion, hopefully they will be in agreement with you, and then the Commission will decide to keep the substance in the positive list with a new MTC tab value. So it's very high level what I'm answering because it's a very generic question, but if you specifically wanted to know about notification, the notification does not deal with MTC tab values at all. And if it is in, I think it is been asked yesterday, if it is, we're talking about composition, let's say in enamel or ceramic, where there is a list of constituents, several oxides, some of which do not have an MTC tab value for the element, for the metal right now, then you do need to declare it, obviously, in the constituents, in the notification. So you create an entry enamel that has 25 constituents, including the ones that do not have an MTC tab value or the ones that are missing right now, perhaps from the positive list. And that is all. MTC tab has nothing to do with the notification process. Thank you. We'll wait only for a few seconds to see if any new question comes through. Is there any question in the room, perhaps? I see no hands raising and I see no questions coming through right now. We are going to break a little bit earlier than we had anticipated for a coffee, and we'll take it for how much was it meant to be? We'll take it for half an hour. I think half an hour is enough. So we're going to come back at 10 past 11 Helsinki time, 10 past 10 CET. Thank you. Welcome back. We do realize we'll go a little bit faster than we have anticipated. We'll see how we move forward. It is almost certain we're going to finish earlier than we had anticipated when we set the agenda up. Let's see. The next presentation is by Vasilis Tsifoutis, sitting next to me. It's about the submission of the dossier. And Vasilis, the floor is yours. I will switch off.
Thank you, Panos. I hope everyone can hear me. Yes, thank you very much. So, good morning from my side as well. My name is Vasilios Tsifoutis. I'm the product manager of the ECHA industry portal. And today we're going to do a short demo just to show you how you can submit your notification of intention dossier. Now, before we go to the demo, just a few words about the industry portal. This is a new system that is currently being developed by ECHA, so we are still testing it. It's going to be a testing environment from where I'm going to demonstrate things to you, so it might be slow. Let's see what is the mood. If something happens, we have always backup slides for that. Now, the first version that I will show you will be a very simplified version where users will be able to submit only the notification of intention dossiers, as I explained. Later, next year, probably late next year, early 2027, we will integrate additional submission types in the industry portal, like, for example, the DVD applications, amongst other things. And then we're going to have extended functionalities. There are going to be more functionalities on the industry portal on the later versions, let's say, that will come late next year. Now, the ambition for this industry portal is that eventually in the future, ECHA is going to have only one submission system for industry users, which is going to be the industry portal, of course. And all the industry users will submit their dossier through this system for every regulation that ECHA is responsible for, let's say. But we have a long way ahead in order for this to be materialized. It's not going to happen in the next year or two anyway. Slowly, we will start integrating few processes one by one. And as I said, we start with notification of intentions, next year the applications, and we continue from there. So now we can go actually to the system and show you. Let me share my screen. Can we see it? No, we cannot.
It should be coming up, but no, we don't see it yet.
No, let me try again.
That's very strange.
Sharing stop.
You are obviously in WebEx, right? Are you joining from the browser?
Let's start again.
Give us a moment, please. Thank you.
Make one up. You might need to leave it.
Have the dossier in your computer. So, well, I need to connect again, I suppose, then.
This is web, through web.
Mm-hmm. Should I connect again?
No, just close it. Because you didn't allow camera microphone.
Did it matter? Last time in the dry run it was okay. So
Say allow use microphone.
continue with yours. Okay. Yours.
Yeah. Allow.
Stop everything. Join meeting.
In the meantime, while we're trying to fix the issue with the connection, is there any question? Somebody would like to ask something? It's a good opportunity to. And those who are patiently waiting online, please, so you can continue sending your questions in. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you to our technical team. And Vasilis, please go ahead.
All right. So here we are. Here you see the homepage of the ECHA submission portal. As I said before, it's quite a simplified version, the first one that we'll go live with. And now I'm gonna start submitting the dossier. You see here on the right side, there is a button there that says Start a New Submission, which I will click. And I go to a submission wizard. In this wizard, I will make some selections in order for the dossier to go in. The first thing that I will do is I will select the regulations. At the moment, as I said, it's only the Drinking Water Directive. Later on, more things will come. So I click on the Drinking Water Directive, and I have the dossier type. At the moment, it's only the notification of intention that I can select. I click on that, and I start the submission process. Now I'm going to the next step of the wizard, where the system asks me to upload the dossier, the DVD dossier that I need to submit to ECHA. I click on Browse. And I select my dossier. It's visible, right?
It is not visible to us. But I can testify, because I'm sitting next to Vasilis, that there is a browser window and he's selecting a file from his computer. You will experience the same thing as well, hopefully. Go ahead.
What do we do?
It's fine. Just select it and upload, then it will appear in what is being shared. But
All right.
yeah, you can see this is indeed the file he was selecting.
Excellent. So now we have the file that I selected, and I see here that has been uploaded successfully. So I have the continue to next step now. I click on that, and I'm going to the next step, which is the contact details. Those are the contact details that have been defined earlier. Maria Jose in the morning explained to you how you can do that. So after I define my contact details in the ECHA accounts, I can see them also here in this drop-down list. So those are the two contact details that Maria Jose also created in the morning. I click on this one. And here I see also my contact details. And those are the contact details that they're gonna be published also as well, as Clara explained previously. Now, if I want to select a representative in order to mask my identity, my company's identity, when things will be published, I can do it also here in this step, where I click here and I have a drop-down list of the representatives that have been created, the ones that also Maria Jose demonstrated in the morning. Let's say now for these testing purposes, we don't have to do that, but you can always select this one here and you see how it works. Now I continue to the next step after I have defined my contacts. And this is the latest step where I have an overview of the information that I have previously put in the submission wizard. So I see the file name, I see my company account, and I see also the contact points that I have defined. I can always change those things. If I see by mistake that I did the wrong contact point here, I can go back here, change, and then I go back to this step where I can update my contact details. Now everything is ready and I can click Confirm Submission. Here I have a pop-up that says that the data submitted. So now the dossier now is being processed by the system. And I have another confirmation here that says that the dossier has been uploaded successfully in the system. I get already here my submission number and a link in order to go to the submission report. If I click here, I will go to the submission report. Here it is the dossier type that I have submitted, notification of intention. Here is the submission number. We see that the submission is still being processed by the system. I can see already some information that I have been previously put. I see here the submission number, I see the company, I see that the submission type is an initial, I see the dossier name, things that have been extracted by the dossier. I see also the substance that has been included in the dossier and also my contact details. Now, if I refresh, I get a new status that says that the submission is successful. So everything went according to the plan. I have no validation errors. My dossier is correct, and the system has accepted it in order for ECHA to process it further. I can also go here in this tab that is called Validation Report. And when I click on that, I can also see, in case I have failures, I will also show you afterwards how does it look like, what kind of failures I had. This dossier has been successful, so there are no failures, everything is okay. Now, when the dossier has been submitted successfully and has been processed successfully without any errors, then an asset is being created. This asset, let's say it's the confirmation that everything went okay, and this asset is the thing that is going to be valid for 1 year for my notification of intention. I can see here on the right side related asset, and I can see also a link that if I click on that, it will take me to the asset page of my submission. Here I can see some further details. Some of the details are the same as they were in the submission report. So here I see that this asset is for notification of intention, it's for DVD. Here is the asset number. I can see the validity of my asset. We know that for notification of intentions is 1 year. We see that it's active. So after 1 year, the status will change to expired. And also I can see here in the subject, the substance ID names, plus the contact details. In the asset page, I can always change the contact details whenever I want. So I see here this button, that if I click on it, there is a drop-down list, again, with the same contacts that have been defined by me already in ECHA accounts. And here is the drop-down list of the other contacts that I have defined already, as I said. At the same time, I can also add a representative later on for whatever reason that I find applicable, let's say. And here is the representative company that I have also defined previously in the ECHA accounts. Now, I see here also on the right side, latest successful submission. There is always a cross-link between the asset and the successful submission. So from the submission report, I can go to the asset, and from the asset, I can go back to my submission, to my latest submission. So if I click here, I go back to the previous page that I have demonstrated to you before. This is more or less the submission process for the DVD notification of intentions. You see that it's quite a stripped down and simplified approach. And here I can show you also a couple of more things within the industry portal. You see here on the menu that you have 2 more options. You have the assets and the processes. When I will click on processes, I can have a list of the different submissions that I have performed in the system. I see here the regulation. As we said, at the moment, it's only DVD, and the type, it's only notification of intention. I can see the submission number that has been assigned by the system. I can see the substance for which I have applied for, and I can see also the status. So this, the first one, is the one that we just submitted now, and we can see that the status is successful. Now, if I go to another one that is failed, here is just to show you how a failed submission looks in the submission report and how the validation report shows those errors. So I see here on the submission report with a red box on top, submission failed, and how many failures I had. And if I click on the validation report, I go down and I see what kind of failure there was in my dossier. So I can say that, I can see that, and I can go back, fix my dossier, and submit again an initial notification. That's for processes. If I click on assets, as we said, the asset is being created after a successful submission. And here also I can see on my list the different assets. Sorry. I can see the regulation, I can see the type, I can see the asset number and the subject, and also I can see the status. So for this one is active, as we said, it's going to be active for 1 year. After that, the status will change. And if I click in the asset, I see the page that I have showed you before. This is the asset page for that specific substance, linked to the submission that I have done for this one. And here are also the contact details, which, as I said before, I can change them. So this is more or less the first version of the submission portal, a quite simplified version. As we said, later in the future, there are going to be more functionalities there and more dossier types that will be integrated. Just to say that the first version will go live in early December. We are targeting at the moment 8th of December to launch the system. And the users can log in, they can create their contacts in the ECHA accounts, they can familiarize themselves with the system, let's say, but they will not be able to submit when we go live in December. So the submission button here will be disabled. The submission button will be enabled in early January when the users will be able to submit a notification of intention for DVD. And that is more or less my part for the submission portal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vasilios. You have a question? Yes, Clara will ask a question. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Vasilios. In relation to the question that was asked before about what are the information about the legal entity and the contact details, if you could go to the page of the asset,
Yes.
maybe we can reinforce the message there. So basically, the information that we are going to publish in relation to the legal entity and the contact email is the information that is in the asset. So if by any means there is you include some information that you were not planning to publish, you need to come here to the asset view, or do you want to explain how to do it? Basically, Vasilios, thank you.
So, as we said, first of all, we define those contacts and the information in the ECHA accounts. So if we have already put something there that we need to change, we need to go back to the ECHA accounts and amend this information. From the moment that we will amend this information and save them in the ECHA accounts, that will be visible in the industry portal. And I define the contact points at the moment that I'm submitting in the submission wizard. If by any chance I found out afterwards that there is a mistake or something needs to change, as I said, I go back to the asset page. I see here in this page the button change, and by clicking on that, I can see the drop-down list, the different contacts that I have defined already in the ECHA accounts. I choose the one that I think it's appropriate, whatever, and then I click Save. And now we see that the contact has been updated with the new contact that I have defined previously in the ECHA accounts. And the same goes for the representative. I click Add. In this case, the button says Add because I didn't define a representative during the submission process. I click on my representative account. I click save. And here it is again. And of course, if I want, I can remove this one again. Did I cover it?
Yes, thank you, Vasilios. The point would be that the final information that is saved here, it's the one that will be go to ECHA. So in next presentation, one of our colleagues is going to explain what we are disseminating there. So this information related to the contact, so whatever you change on the asset will be then propagated to where we are publishing the data. Okay. Thank you, Vasilios.
Thank you. Any questions? I hope it was straightforward, but if it's not, please.
It's quite simple, huh?
It is.
The first part. Let's see with the applications.
We'll see with the application. Okay, I see no hands being raised in the room, and we don't have any question that has arrived on this presentation. So we're really moving faster than we had anticipated, and we can go now then to the dissemination to see what it looks like. Michela will take the floor again. Michela, please.
Hello again. Yes. So for this part of the presentation, I will guide you through ECHA, which is ECHA's new data availability system, where at the moment we have rich registration dossiers, as well as the new CNL inventory, and as of mid-September, the first set of regulatory lists and processes. For the purpose of this demo, I will guide you through our QA environment, which is an internal-only testing environment. So for internal purposes, because here it's where now we have the notification of intentions dossier already available, that will then be available to the public as of next year. So ECHA is a substance-centric database, and you can look for different substances by typing in this search bar and using different chemical identifiers. You can look for chemical name, but also different identifiers such as CAS number, EC number, and so on. For the purpose of this demo, now I will look for a substance name that I copied before, which is the benzyl acrylate. And after we search, we have this first list of results, which contain the substance name that we were looking for. And you can see that we have here a column for the name, one for the EC number and CAS number, so the main identifiers. And this list can be exported by clicking on the export function. Once we find the substance that we are looking for, we can click on it. In this case, I select the first one, and we arrive to this overview page. The overview page contains different widgets. As you can see, we have first an identifiers widget that contains the 6 main identifiers that are associated with the substance, as well as the structural image. Then we have a widget for the related substances, which is a grouping system for substances that undergo the same regulatory activities. Then we have a widget for the dossiers. In this case, we can see that for the substance, we have 5 rich registrations, as well as 1 dossier for the notification of intention. Then we have the widget for the classification and labeling, and we can see that for the substance that we're looking at, there is 1 harmonized classification and 10 industry cell classifications. And finally, here we don't have any regulatory activities ongoing, but we can see that the substance is in 1 legal obligation, that in this case is the European positive list. All of these widgets are also available from this left side menu, where they can be accessible from. And for this purpose, I'm going to show you now the Drinking Water Directive Notification of Intention dossier that we can click either from here or from the dossier option here on the left. So once we open this dossier view, we would have a list. In this case, we have only 1 item that is divided into active substances and not active. So we first see the status, then we have some more information such as the UPL number, group entry that is not here in this case, material type, notification of intention date, notifier name, contact email, so all the information that also Clara was referring to before. And finally, the anticipated application submission date. Once we find the substance that we're looking for, imagine that this is a list, we can then access and view the specific dossier related to the substance, and we click on it from here, from this view dossier icon. and we land on this new page. As you can see already, the structure of this page, the look and feel is very similar to the one that we use in Euclid. And when building ECHA, we did this on purpose to make the data more findable and understandable by the users. So now we really have the same structure that we can see also in Euclid when filling in a dossier. So we start from the dossier header, where we are now, where we can see information such as the application type, material type, is the notified entry a member of a group entry in the UPL, and so on. And on the top right of each page, we have these two tokens, which allow you to hide both empty fields and not public fields, if you want to have a more compact view of the page. And then, still following the same Euclid structure, you can see that now this left side menu really resembles the table of content that we have in Euclid. So if we want to go a bit through the structure, we have the same identification section that we have in Euclid. So this is the substance identification, and we have information related to the substance name. In this case, we don't have other identifiers, but there is something about the reference substance and the type of substance. We can click on these blue links and see more about the reference substance itself, such as the UPAC name, some information about the inventory, such as CAS number and CAS name, synonyms, and everything related to the molecular and the structural information. And all this information can also be accessible by clicking and jumping to them through this list. Then we have some information in this case for the 1.2 section, which is the composition. Again, same concept of Euclid. So we have general information with the name of the substance, type of composition, state form. We have one constituent in this case. So again, a reference substance. No impurities or additives were recorded for this one, and no other information in this section. Moving on to section 2, we have two endpoints here as well. And we can see that in the intended use of the applied for entry, again, there is some information for the material type, organic material category, and identity and use of final material and product. So on ECHA, you see exactly the information that is supposed to be published. So the publicly available information, which again, as a reminder, it can be simulated also from Euclid side. And this concludes also my part of the presentation. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take them. Thank you.
Thank you, Michela. I thought it was quite clear. There are obviously some things to iron out. We're testing as well. Some of this information is really not appropriate, or of course it refers to fake notification. So please do not find any mistakes and get too worried about it. The contents will be what people will notify. Are there any questions from the room about what we disseminate? I think it was clear as well where third parties may find information about the notifier and the contact details, the email address that they can use to get in touch, to collaborate or find out who's going to be applying. Any question? We don't have any question, and I don't see any questions in Slido. We have gone amazingly fast. I hope everything was clear, rather than everything was so confusing that nobody dares to ask any question. Do we have anything? Clara, maybe there is something.
Maria Jose, we get a question before from the room related with someone that was trying to already start selecting and following the steps from Maria Jose regarding the DVD contacts. And unfortunately, this person was not able to succeed on doing that. So Maria Jose, could you come back and explain why currently now the people cannot really follow your steps? Thanks.
Yes. Two colleagues have tried to add the necessary contact type and also the user rights, just as a reminder that this is currently in our testing environment. So the user rights and the contact type are not yet available for selection. They will be during November, early enough ahead of the go live of the industry portal.
Thank you. We also have received another question related with non-EU companies. Maria Jose, maybe this also for you. They were asking what the non-EU company, sorry, the EU representatives needs to do in the, to being able to represent a non-EU company, how they can create the account in ECHA.
Yes. So, okay, maybe we can do something visual. As I said before, it was very straightforward and in line with how we have created the representative company. But let me see if I can share my screen. Share the window. Yes, I think that yes, perfect. You can see now. So for the cases where your company is acting as the EU representative of a non-EU company and you are going to submit DVD notifications of intention or DVD applications on behalf of this non-EU represented company, you will need to have a dedicated account. This was my reply before to the other question. So I want to emphasize this, that you cannot submit things on your behalf, so applications on your behalf and applications on behalf of a non-EU from the same account. If this is your practical scenario, you will need to have two accounts. So here I have another testing account. The one that my colleague Vasilis was showing, it's a EU account, and the one that I was using before. And that account, we are acting on behalf of ourselves, but let's demonstrate or let's pretend that this testing account now, I will be acting on behalf of a non-EU company. And I would like to have this information, of course, ready before submission. So I will do what I did before. So I will come to the contact section. I will add a contact. This is the information that we saw before, but let's start with the bottom part. So I will add non-EU represented company. And as you see, everything else has disappeared because the system has been programmed to make this contact type as a very specific and special contact. So now we need to provide information. So let's make this, this is our contact in the non-EU company. So non-EU person name and family name. We will put again just a random telephone number and an email. Test. Now, as you can see here, the system also kind of forces us to provide a different company name. We cannot say that the non-EU represented company and our company name are the same. So here I will be requested to provide, so non-EU company name. And again, this is disabled, so we cannot say that the non-EU address, non-EU company address is the same than our address. So let's put and the city, let's put Seoul, and the country, let's put Korea. There will be a validation put in our system that we have embedded to make sure that you don't make the mistake that the company name is the same and the address provided is the same than the one that you have in your account. So if you are trying to create this contact and you do not amend the information, or you, despite having here disabled the legal entity address, if you try to do the same or provide the same information, the system will fail. But let's not demonstrate that now. Let's go to the happy path. And upon clicking save, the system asks me this confirmation message, you are about to add a non-EU represented company contact. Please note that once added, this contact cannot be removed. Do you really want to proceed? Maybe this to you seems a little bit excessive, that the contact cannot be removed once added, but we wanted to make sure that we are emphasizing that this is not just a normal contact. Here you are disclosing the company that you are acting on behalf of. So we wanted to have a level of added seriousness. Of course, if you have made any mistake while you are creating the contact, there are information fields that can be editable. And if you made a terrible, terrible mistake and you added the wrong contact to the wrong account, don't worry, you cannot delete it, but ECHA will always be able to delete. So if that is your case, just contact the help desk and explain the situation and we will help you fix it. But in this case, let's just click save. And this is now created. And when we log in the industry portal, we will be seeing it slightly different. I don't know if we want to show. So this is just how it will look like and how you add the non-EU represented company.
Thank you, Maria Jose. I think that we can get to that level now. While she was sharing with us how to do that part for non-EU companies, we have received 2 more questions. The first one is, I wonder if ECHA will provide trial versions of the data systems so you can practice first before you go live. I would like to check. Perfect, Vasilios, you take it for the submission part.
So, no, for this version, we're not going to provide any trial version of it. I mean, you saw it's quite simple anyway, but since we go live, as I said, on the 8th of December, any user can go in and familiarize themselves with the system 1 month before any user will be able to submit notification for retentions. But let's say for this version, there is no plan for any sort of trial version for this simplistic kind of workflow that will be integrated here. Thank you.
Thank you, Vasilios. Of course, ECHA is available now, so you can already start to get familiarized with the tool and also prepare the data. So in this sense, that part you can already start and also have an area, a trial area for you to test. So this part can be also covered from that. Thank you. We have received another one, and it's, will there be a list of all notification of intentions that we are going to receive? This is something that is not going to be ready when we go live early next year. And depending on the feedback, I mean, we were discussing it internally. It's not yet clear when this can be, and the initial feedback would be, let's see what's the experience from the different actors to find themselves to decide or to reprioritize it earlier or not. So it's in our plans, but not knowing when. And of course, feedback once you start to use ECHA to find other actors with similar interests is welcome to decide a potential prioritization of it.
Read it out.
Okay, it seems we have received another question, which is, what if being representative in case we already have ECHA account for non-EU company for other regulations like REACH, poison center notifications? In this case, also, do we need to create a new account for DVD?
No. As long as you are representing the non-EU manufacturer across the regulations, you don't need to create a new account. However, please bear in mind that the information that you have already provided for your non-EU represented company in REACH IT will not be visible in the industry portal. So unfortunately, even if you have provided it already, you will still need to create the non-EU represented company contact in the ECHA account in order to be visible in the industry portal.
Thank you, Maria Jose.
So maybe we can show also how the non-EU company works in the industry portal. So now I logged in with the company that Maria Jose just created. It's visible, no? All right.
Yes.
So here, if I go on the top right, here I can see all the user details of my company. And now I can see also the non-EU represented company that Maria Jose just created a few minutes ago. So I see my name, my username, my company, and the non-EU company that I'm representing for this account and for those submissions that I'm doing in the industry portal. And that's it, guys.
Thank you, Vasilios. We have not received any more questions.
No, yeah, I'll take over. Are there any questions in the room, perhaps? No. I don't see anyone, any new questions coming in the chat. So we're gonna break a bit early for lunch. We'll take it until 1 o'clock, I guess. Okay, I don't think we will have that much to eat. No, let's keep it short. We're gonna finish a bit early. I think maybe it's better for some of you. Maybe need to catch flights, and even for people watching online, it will be easier to move to another task as well. So we're gonna break for lunch at least here in Helsinki until 1 o'clock local time or 12 o'clock CET. We'll come back. We'll see if in the meantime there are any questions. On this occasion, perhaps questions can be outside the context of what we have been discussing today. If somebody wants to ask something about applications, for example, and let's see if we can take it. So we're going to come back in almost an hour. If there is any new questions from the room, we're going to take them. Any other questions waiting from online, we're going to take them as well to the extent possible. And then we're going to wrap up quite early, and we'll thank you for your participation. But for now, lunch. Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you for your help.
Sure.
Just the lunch is in the canteen, so you just go downstairs and there's a buffet line and you just help yourself and enjoy the lunch. Thank you.
Welcome back from lunch. We do have a few questions that have arrived in the meantime, and we'll have another last round of taking any questions from the room. And I predict that we will be finishing very, very early. There was a question about. I can find it, Clara. I will read it out.
No, I
Yeah,
have it
no,
here.
it's here. It's here. Don't worry. Rest assured, I'm here to help. Well, let me do something today as well. Okay, the question was, following up the previous question, now we have missed obviously the connection on the publication of notifications. The Commission Delegate Act 369, the third Delegate Act, Article 9, says the publication of notifications will be made without delay. How does ECHA interpret this without delay? 3 months? 6 months? Michaela, will you take this, please?
Yes. Let's say that after receiving the notification of intention dossier for us to publish it on ECHA, the time varies, but it would be between 1 day or 2 days, even based on if we received already a notification for the same substance. Of course, it can take less, and it can be even in the same day, so up to 1 day, otherwise still maximum a couple of days. Thank you.
Thank you, Michaela. It's a matter of days rather than months. Thank you for this question. Briefly to go through another question that has come, we seem to be getting periodically the same question again. Could you please clarify whether there's any authorization fee applicable for DWD submission and for notification of intention? Will this fee remain the same for all SME companies and so forth? There is no fee to be paid for notification. There is no fee for application. The cost, obviously, of generating information, putting it together, filling in the EUCLID dossier, the time and effort that is required, obviously is to be covered by the applicant, but there is no fee to be paid to ECHA. There is another question. I will move quickly to the next I see on my screen. It says, I am a compounder handling hundreds of substances. Even if I want to submit an application for each, how do I get the impurities data or later for the application migration data? Those are confidential and not shared with us by substance manufacturers. This is indeed an issue that we are familiar with. I'm afraid we cannot help too much. What I could say is, first, for the notification, you don't need any data on impurities. Impurities is only recommended information, not mandatory for metallic composition. So if you're I think the person who asked the question probably is dealing with starting substance for organic materials. You don't need any impurity information for the notification specifically. For the application, indeed, this could be a problem though, because the issue is that impurities may become a relevant chemical species. You may find them into the water, and perhaps the message that you need to convey to your suppliers, and perhaps they need to convey to their own supplier, because maybe your immediate supplier is not really familiar with this information themselves either, is that if there are unknown impurities that do not get to be tested, so they are not really given the opportunity to develop an empty setup value, they will go into the certification stage where potentially they will face certification because they may be spotted at the certification level, and there will be no information in the European positive list that says that when you use substance X, impurity Y or Z is there, and the empty setup values for each one of them is whatever value it is. So if you're flying blind when it comes to the application for the European positive list, you may have a problem obviously identifying the impurities, giving them proper migration limit values, and then certification will be problematic. So if suppliers wish these final products and the materials to be actually certified and continue to have a market, it is in their interest to find out what the formulation is. Now, the formulation is a bigger issue, and I know that there is some guidance that is being generated by member states to support the certification bodies for the certification step. And this could have additional information which I don't have available to me right now. And maybe there is something about how to ensure formulation knowledge moves up and down the supply chain, but the reality is that, I mean, I'm not giving you something really groundbreaking. You need to communicate along the supply chain and try to make it clear what is at stake. If we do not really know what migrates, we may end up having our products not certified. And I believe neither you or your suppliers would like this to happen. Is there something else I should look into? There is a set of questions that came as separate questions, but I think it's from, I can see it's from the same person and probably the same, just split into parts. During the transition period, the national certificates are valid. What about a national certificate, e.g. provided by a certification body in Germany? Is this valid also in Spain? Both countries have implemented the Drinking Water Directive expressively referring to the so-called mutual recognition covering products legally marked in another member state of the European Union, Turkey, or a member state of the European Free Trade Association. I'm not sure if the last one is actually part of this. The very quick answer to give is that really we're not dealing with certification at ECHA, so we're not really the right people to give you answer to this. If I can reflect what Bert Lemmans from the Commission yesterday was explaining, there is obviously a distinction to be made between the old system or the existing system and the new system, the European system. Under the old system, during this transitional period, what happens in each member state, you need to find out from the individual member state. So you need to ask the authorities in Spain, your example, to find out whether they accept German certificates. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. It's, I don't have this information to share with you. So you need to go individually to the member states and find out what they accept during this transitional period. For the new system, the European system that starts from 2027, clearly, when you get a certificate from any notified body, no matter it is whether it is in Spain or in Germany, this is applicable and approved and accepted throughout the EU. So you can get it from, in your example, from Germany, and the Spanish authorities will not have any problem with any new product that has also the new symbol, the tab with the stars around it. So before, there is more work to be done before 2027 to find out what happens in the different member states. Let me see. I'm scrolling up the list of questions we have received, and potentially we have missed some from yesterday. Again, written answers will be provided. There was one, it says, could member states submit notification or application already approved at national level according to EU standards and for member states approach responding to the EUPL from 2026 to 2032? If the question is whether member state authorities can submit notifications and applications, of course they can. It is in the Third Delegate Act. Whether they wish to submit an application, if I answer correctly, to add something to the positive list, you need to ask the authorities, but I do not expect them to take this task on behalf of industry. But do not quote me on this. If you have an interest to ask authorities in whatever member state, you can obviously go and ask them. The normal, the logical, or the most foreseeable scenario is that between between 2021 and 2026, member states continue their national approval system. We do know, for example, that in Germany, UBA has been approving some additional starting substances and metallic compositions. And these obviously benefited from these transitional provisions, but they don't go into the positive list. Somebody needs to apply for them to go into the positive list. And in their application, they need to indicate that they fall under these transitional provisions, that it is a composition or a substance that has been approved between 21 and 26 in a member state. But we expect, at least that's our expectation, and I cannot foresee the future, that these applications will be submitted by industry. It will be industry that has submitted an application to Germany, for instance, to add them to the national positive list. And after 2026, they will be submitting an application to ECHA to put them, if you wish, properly into the European positive list. Whether member states have any willingness to participate in this, you need to ask them directly. There is Vesela, is this the question nanoforms that you mentioned? Is this for you, Nuria, to respond to? Can I send it to you after I read it out? Yes, thank you. What information is needed additionally to include the nanoform of a substance that has already been included in the positive list in bulk form? If the substance has only been registered as a nanoform under EU REACH, then why is the nanoform excluded from the positive list? Thank you.
Yeah, so basically here there are two questions. The first one, the information to be added in addition to the bulk is defined in under point 1.4 on characterization of nanoforms. So all the parameters related to a nanoform should be that are defined in the legal text on the 2024-365, the implementing act, and basically particle size, description of a surface, functionalization, treatment, shape, aspect ratio, morphological characterization. It's described in under characterization of a nanoform under 1.4. And then regarding the second question, of course, the substances that are in the positive list are not based on the substances registered on the REACH. They are based on the information from the member states and from the food contact material. So the fact that a substance is only registered as a nanoform doesn't justify that it should be under the Drinking Water Directive in the European positive list. And one last remark as well, that each different nanoform needs to be notified separately. It's not like in REACH that you one substance and all the nanoforms are covered under the same registration dossier. For drinking water, each nanoform needs to be notified and applied for separately. That would be my answer.
Thank you. Thank you, Nuria. Yes, indeed, this is the part of Annex 1 of the first implementing act with nanoform information requirements, and the rest is what we have received. There is another one. I will read it out, and I think Vesela, you can take it. Let me see, I missed it for a moment. Yes. Will there be public consultation on tests involving animals under the Drinking Water Directive, similar to REACH testing proposals?
Thank you, Panos. The simple answer is no. There are no provisions under the implementing legislation of the drinking water to include testing proposals or to discuss the applicant's plans for testing, in particular for in vivo tests. However, what is important also to note, and what it's stated in the guidance, Volume 1 on testing methodology, and also in the implementing decision 365, is that before starting performing any new in vivo studies, you need to gather all the available information to evaluate it and to decide if you would really need the study, because the legislation also gives you an opportunity to adapt the standard information requirement using, for example, read across or weight of evidence. For certain situations, for in vitro studies, you could also use QSR models. So before going into in vivo testing, you need to see if you would really need to perform the test, or you could adapt the information. Thank you.
Thank you, Vesela. By the way, is there any question from the room? No. Okay, I see another one that I think must have arrived yesterday. It is stated that the applicants are encouraged to apply for the European positive list 18 months in advance of the expiry date is meant because the substance may continue beyond its expiry date until the Commission decides on the review application. What does may continue to beyond its expiry date mean in practice? In practice, it means that I will use just an example to make it a little bit more understandable, perhaps. There is a substance on the European positive list that has an expiry date 31st of December 2028. We encourage interested parties, economic operators, to submit a review application by the 30th of June 2027. If this happens, if you submit it in earlier than 30th of June, it means that at the end of 2028, when the substance expires, if the Commission, for whatever reason, has not given a decision, has not adopted a decision to say, yes, you can keep the substance on the positive list until a certain period in the future or whatever, then the use of the substance continues. So you can continue using it to make products that contain the substance or rely on the substance. The difference is to if you, for example, in my example here, you have an expiry date end of 2028, you come with an application to ECHA in, let's say, in September 2028, please don't have an expectation within 3 months to get a decision from the Commission. That is going to be near impossible. And that means that at the end of 2028, upon the expiry date, the entry will expire. So you will not be able to continue using the substance to make new products. So this is I think the most important point to take away is that if you submit a review application, if you are able to submit it at least 18 months before the expiry date, you may find yourself in a very positive position if, for whatever reason, there is a delay in your application being processed. The next one I see on the list. Can you clarify the meaning of the sentence that is probably from a slide that was presented yesterday about the review program of the first positive list in the period 2024 to 2039? It's in the legal text that the first European positive list must be reviewed over a period of 15 years, which means that for every substance or composition that economic operators wish to retain on the list, they must submit an application for its review. And of course, we have assigned expiry dates to ensure that this whole review program works in an efficient manner, because if we didn't have any expiry date, people would come at random times. So the second part of the question is, could it be expected an update of the positive list before the end of 2026? This is a question that only the Commission can answer if they wish to. We are not familiar with any specific plan right now to make any changes to the positive list before the system comes into play. As far as ECHA's involvement is concerned, we are ready for from the end of 26, more likely beginning of 27, to start receiving applications, and through this application system to generate RAC opinions, to send them to the Commission. The Commission makes decisions. We are not aware, but again, whether we are aware or not, this is a question to be addressed to the Commission if the positive list could be modified before the whole system starts. Similarly, there was a question about market surveillance, whether it is pre-market or post-market. Again, it's really outside our area of expertise and not part of our mandate, and we don't have our Commission colleague with us today right now to try to get a response from that. So please address this to the Commission or to a relevant member state, because obviously market surveillance needs to be performed by member states. There is a question which I do not understand. What is the definition of indirectly in Article 11 of Drinking Water Directive? I must admit, I'm not sure if where in the legal text indirectly is mentioned. I will try to, I have the legal text in front of me. I will try to search for the word, I must say, indirectly. I'm not sure. This is something we will look into. I don't want to keep people waiting while I'm trying to find it in the legal text and understand its meaning. But thank you for the question. We'll come back to this. Another one. Will there be coordination and communication between ECHA and the responsible authorities of member states? Well, it depends a little bit of the context. It's a very open-ended question. Member state authorities, they don't have a very very structured, if you wish, involvement in the work that ECHA is doing. I can try I will try to think out loud how member states can be involved. Clearly, member states have been involved in nominating members of RAC, members of the RAC working group for the Drinking Water Directive. So we have some communication and engagement there as well. But as I have mentioned before, the experts on RAC and its working group, they're independent experts. They don't act as the German expert or the Italian expert or the Greek expert. They have simply been nominated by the different member states. When the application comes in, the accordance check is undertaken by ECHA. There is no involvement of member states. After the accordance check has passed, then there will be the consultation of interested parties. There is a possibility, if a member state wants to submit any comments, to provide any information, they can use that avenue. There is a possibility also in the third delegated act, I don't remember which article, suggests that it is possible that RAC may be provided information from other agencies or from member state authorities if they are relevant to the case that RAC is examining, investigating, and assessing. So it is possible there that on a case-by-case basis we may ask member state authorities to support us with some information they may have from a previous assessment. And at the end, when RAC finishes with the opinion making, when we finalize the opinion is getting going to the commission for the decision to be made, and the decision at the end is done through a comitology process where member states are involved. So all in all, we don't have a very systematic, if you wish, I don't know if systematic is the correct word, very established interaction between ECHA and member states, but on a case-by-case basis, we may need to do that if we know that the member state has some relevant information about a substance has been assessed previously by member state, and we need better understanding of that previous assessment potentially. I'm not sure if this is what the person who asked the question had in mind, but clearly we have a role to play for the European positive list, and the member states have a much bigger role to play in the certification of products. Another question I see, is it allowed to use artificial intelligence support for making an application? AI could give large support in generating data. I'm not sure what generating data by artificial intelligence means. We need applicants to meet the information requirements. You take ultimately responsibility of what you put in your applications, and RAC will assess. And if we need to have additional information, clarification where this information comes from, we're going to be asking for it. I really hope that this doesn't mean can we use made-up data generated by AI? Obviously not. I think it's a silly thought anyway. Whatever you want to use is really up to you. The fact is that you need to create a EUCLID dossier, submit it, you're responsible for it. You're also taking a responsibility on behalf of perhaps many people in the industry who may rely on the use of this substance. So obviously you need to be careful how you make this application. One important point to make, which is not entirely linked to this, but it's a good point to make. We expect the applications to be at a very good state as they arrive. Okay, because I mentioned yesterday in one of my presentations that we will not be accepting spontaneous updates. Randomly, you submit the application and 2 months later say, oh, here's another version where I have added some new, better information. This is not going to be accepted. So you need to make a good job from the very beginning. Only when ECHA comes back to you to give you the opportunity to correct something, to clarify something, you will have the chance as an applicant to make additional inputs. So it is not a plan. It's not going to work if somebody wants to submit an application which is half prepared, done very slowly, and hope that in the process somehow we're going to introduce more and more input and more material and more justification and so forth. You do need to do a good job from the beginning. For the accordance check, if you recall from yesterday, if we do the accordance check and you're outside the scope of Article 11, you will have 1 month to resubmit. If we do then the information requirements check and we fail you and you want to resubmit, you will have 6 months to do that. If you are missing information, especially toxicological information, you will really not have the time to go away and generate it. So there is no, we don't stop the clock to say, go away, take your time, produce new data, come back and give us a better application. You need to have this from the beginning. So I think this should be something very clear to everybody, that you need to do the best job you can from the very beginning. Clarifications may come later on if we ask for them, but it's not, oh, you have a big gap in your application, please give us new data. We're going to clarify existing data rather than ask you to go away and create. You won't have the time. Yes, Alejandro, please.
I have one. I don't know if where is a question or comment, but we are a bit concerned about the timings. I mean, do you know the numbers, or do you have an idea of the numbers of the notification of intentions that you are planning to receive as ECHA? And the most important one, I'm referring to the applications. And I'm talking by heart, but yesterday you presented some numbers about the number of the entries per material type. And I saw that for the organics, there are more than 1,000. And for the animals, just 14. So I would like to know whether ECHA is prepared to assess the number of applications that are starting to receive from January 2027, because timing is very important for us, or at least for our industrial sector, because depending on the timing that ECHA takes for reviewing these applications and then send their opinion to commission, our business is in risk, because we are using constituents, we are using compositions for which either we do not have all the constituents approved in this European positive list, or we do not have migration values. So that's, and our deadline is December 2031. So, for us will be very relevant to know the timings and the criteria for selecting these applications forms to be assessed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alejandro. And yeah, we do appreciate this. First, a comment to make about the numbers. The numbers show what is in the positive list. You asked me the question, how many notifications we expect? I do not know. I mean, I have an idea as an order of magnitude. It will not be 5, okay? But obviously we all know that it will not be 5. It will not be 5,000, hopefully. But I cannot tell you it's going to be 1 or 2 or 300. We do not know. We expect people to use the notification properly, to come early, to let us know and let the world know who has an interest. There will be many entries in the positive list that will not be notified, because they're very old entries. They come from very old positive lists, and really nobody has an interest in these substances. Or some of them came from food contact materials lists, and they're not relevant for drinking water contact materials. So we do not really know how many we're going to receive. We are working on a process to be able to prioritize, and I think there was also a relevant question already that we received, but we have intentionally kept it unanswered because we want to develop a proper answer to provide this in writing. But we are working very extensively to make the process fit for purpose, and that works at many levels. First is how we're going to do the accordance check. We try to internally automate as much as we can to try to process the dossiers quickly, to give them feedback to the applicants quickly in a systematic way, and also give them specific feedback that explains where you have failed, so you can easily come back if necessary and resubmit within those 6 months while providing the correct information. We also set up this working group of RAC for the Drinking Water Directive that has brought in expertise that RAC did not have until recently, expertise which is relevant to the applications for Drinking Water Directive, migration expertise, material science, analytical methodology, and so forth. So we have new expertise in that will be supporting RAC, and we are also trying to bring additional RAC members into this working group to make sure that we have the capacity that is needed to process these applications. We need to be honest that RAC has been developing a number of opinions per year. The volume of Drinking Water Directive opinions will potentially double the number of opinions that RAC needs to be delivering. And this is obviously a new process, and everybody needs to learn. We have people who know everything, but somehow also they need to come together to work as a team. So we, apart from having the working group of RAC that has already been set up, and we are really working with them to set the system up, we have created assessment materials that RAC members, the rapporteurs, what we call rapporteurs, every case is assigned to a rapporteur in RAC. They take responsibility for drafting the opinion while the rest of RAC is supporting them. We are developing materials that will help them do the analysis in a systematic way at the right level of detail. So we ensure that the process is very reproducible, and we give obviously consistent results for every case that we assess. We have developed opinion templates that will be used for the different material types. We have different opinion templates for organic cementitious and so forth. So we also aim for the opinions to be fairly concise. You may have seen that if you have involvement in other processes under REACH, for example, CLH or applications for authorization, sometimes opinions can be very long. We aim to have opinions which are not very long, they go straight to the point. And we also try to, right now we are working on streamlining the process of RAC to ensure that there is a more efficient use of resources and to focus the resources where it is needed, because we do expect many applications to be very simple. I'm sure many applications will be very simple because they do not have many relevant chemical species, and even if they do, they may not need toxicological information, which is, I think, the part that really needs the greatest depth of discussion. We are also trying to develop a system where we at ECHA, we are supporting RAC with the work they are going to be doing, and not only to support them with information that they may need, because ECHA may hold information already for the relevant chemical species. And RAC obviously needs to be aware that we have seen this substance before. It has a registration, it has been subject to harmonized classification or restriction or whatever. So they need to be aware of the regulatory histories of these relevant chemical species. But also we want to help them practically with drafting the opinion, not to intervene with their independent scientific work. I need to emphasize this, but whether we can do something in a more administrative or secretarial activity to support the drafting of the opinions, especially when the cases are quite simple, we're going to do it as well. And I think some of the cases that we have been discussing during breaks, they will be in principle quite simple. Some of them will have a little bit of extra tox information to assess or something else, but some of them will be quite simple, and we're planning to help. It will be a challenge. I will not hide it, and the number of applications could be high. When it comes to the to review applications, it is important to meet this 18 months before the expiry date that really keeps you going until a result comes through. We will find as we get there. It's a new process. People who may have experience from previous cases, different activities that the committees have been involved in. When the authorization system started, was not going at the speed that authorization is going on now. But we have lots of experience from driving regulatory processes at ECHA and at the committee as well. And I feel that both the chair of the committee and the members of the committee are very committed in getting this properly done. And I can also say that in the working group we have set up for the Drinking Water Directive, we really have relevant expertise. People who actually have seen applications for under the national systems for sure, and there are differences. I will not pretend that whether something that has been applied for in Germany or in France or in Italy in the past it's good enough immediately to be presented to RAC, but we have people with the right expertise who will be able to help RAC reach the opinions fairly quickly. The limits that are given in the legal text for the drafting of the opinion is 10 months. And 13 months for a joint opinion. We aim to use less time where this is necessary. But yes, if there is a backlog, we need to prioritize. I can give you right now a list of priorities, what is going to come first or second or whatever, but different cases will have different priority, and we try to be, we have a level playing field, and also to try to reflect the goals of the legislation, which is to protect the human health and also ensure a level playing field in the market to ensure the internal market. So a very long answer to your question. We're trying a lot to try to set it up. We have new systems in place, a new procedure or modified procedure of how RAC works to ensure that we are agile, we can respond to the needs of the applications in a very flexible manner. But the proof is in the pudding, as British people would say. And let's see how tasty the pudding ends up being. Thank you. Is there any other question from the room? I think there is one more.
Sorry,
Yes,
Panos, thank you very much for your extended response. I have another one linked to this, let's say, deadline or time frame of 12 months once we submit the notification of intentions, and then we have to apply or submit the application. What about the bottleneck that industry have with the accredited laboratories for running this migration test? I mean, 12 months, maybe it's okay right now, but depending on the numbers of the requests these laboratories receive, and there are not so much in Europe for running this test, maybe these 12 months seems to be, I mean, is there the possibility, if we have or if we face any problem with the lab capacity, to extend this deadline of 12 months for submitting the application? Because it's crucial for us to know the setup. And depending on the setup, we will submit toxicological information. Thank you.
Do you have an answer, Clara, to this?
I mean, if your notification of intention expire, you can submit a new one.
Okay.
So it's not that you are really blocked by the year. So, yeah.
Yes. And obviously we can submit something which is, you have the information. I mean, submitting notification, if you submit one notification, then submitting the second one is, it's really 5 minutes to go online. So yeah, if your notification of intention expires because you submitted today and 12 months later you are not ready, submit another notification to get an active one, a new asset number, and use that new asset number to submit your application. So believe me, this is the list of your worries. You can deal with it. We're very flexible with this.
There is one more question that we have just received. Vesela, maybe we can try to check if you can give it. I can read it for you, and if you want to chip in, Panos, it's fine. So basically, will are the information requirements as strict as those for registration, or will they be less strict, as is the case with CLH, for example?
Thank you, Clara. I think that this abbreviation RA, it's probably, I would read it as risk assessment or risk acceptance, but indeed it could also be interpreted as an information requirement. In general, first of all, we have to say that we are dealing with different frameworks. So there is a difference between REACH, Drinking Water Directive, and CLH. Even though the information requirements, when it comes in particular to toxicological data that are the source for the risk assessment and the risk acceptance, there is an overlap. How we treat the data, first of all, I wouldn't say that we would be less stricter compared to when it comes to fulfill the information requirement under the Drinking Water Directive. So we would like to have the information requirements as they are stated in the legal text, depending on the migration level. The same goes if we make a comparison with REACH. There are information requirements based on the tonnage level, so you need to provide this information requirement in order the dossier to be considered compliant. The main difference between the REACH and the Drinking Water Directive in terms of data is that under the Drinking Water Directive, we are not foreseeing to request you to perform new data. And this is in contrast with REACH. Under REACH, if the dossier is not compliant, then you would be asked to generate new data, and a certain time would be given for that. And afterwards, the dossier could be submitted. Under the drinking water, as it became clear, we are not foreseeing such options. So all the information that needs to be provided should be in the dossier you submit. Then how this information would be looked at? Again, under the drinking water, we are performing a risk assessment. It's a different way that the data would be looked compared to how the data are looked under the CLH, because under the CLH, the aim of the regulation is to classify the substance as hazardous. So there should be sufficient information that based on which the classification would be given. Under the Drinking Water Directive, we are not really aiming to do any classification of substances. What we are aiming at is to identify is the substance that you are applying for is safe, based on the information and then based on the MTC TAP calculation. And in that sense, the regulation also gives you, when you are performing the information and see if the substance is hazardous, for example, if it's genotoxic, then you would know that this substance shouldn't be exceeding concentration of 0.1 microgram per liter. So this is kind of restricting value. The same value would be given by the risk assessment committee, because this is the committee that would evaluate the application and provide their opinion at the end. So based on the information that you have provided, the RAC may decide that, contrary to your conclusion that the substance is non-hazardous, there is a concern. We are not talking here about a confirmation of a hazard even that could lead to a further classification, but even a concern for genotoxicity, for example, and based on the information that you have provided, that would mean positive results and or ambiguous results, or you didn't provide sufficient information to exclude such hazard. And in that sense, if this is the case, then RAC would give this restricting value of 0.1 microgram per liter. So in that sense, we are strict indeed, but on the other hand, this conclusion may be based on insufficient information. So that's why it's important to provide all the information as it's needed, because if there is something that is not well reported or missing, then this would lead to a lower MTC TAP, and afterwards this could affect the risk acceptance, because the risk acceptance is based on the comparison of the MTC TAP and the CTAP.
There has been a clarification that RA is read across.
Read across. Okay, you could have said it earlier.
No,
yes.
you were making very important points there, especially for genotoxicity. So I didn't want to interrupt you and change your train of thoughts. But now, let's go into the read across. Thank you.
Cross. Yes. Well, I still hope that what I explained would be taken as an explanation worth to be known. And now indeed going to the read across, yes, read across under Drinking Water Directive, it's provided as an adaptation. And the provisions of read across under the Drinking Water Directive would be used mutatis mutandis with the read across provisions under Article 11, Section 1.2 of REACH regulation. When it comes to comparison between how the read across would be considered between Drinking Water Directive and CLH, here now indeed the question makes more sense. The read across under the drinking water is foreseen to be performed and then evaluated according to the RAF, read across assessment framework, that is used under REACH, and it would follow the requirements under the framework. Under CLH, my understanding is that read across is mostly used for confirming a hazard, like a positive read across. And indeed, when it comes to criteria for accepting a read across, I understand I've never been involved in evaluation read across under classification, but I've been involved in evaluation read across under REACH. And under classification, my understanding is that indeed the criteria are a bit not so strict, but because the read across is used in order to confirm a hazard and to lead to a classification. In that sense, the short answer would be that the read across criteria that would be applied under the Drinking Water Directive would be indeed stricter compared to the criteria or the way how the read across is evaluated under CLH. I hope this answers this question.
Thank you, Vesela. You did a double take, but thank you. It was very important to explain what Vesela was explaining earlier about the concern, and if there is a concern about genotoxicity, then the committee must, according to the legal text, conclude that the substance, the genotoxicity cannot be excluded and assign strict MTC TAP value of 0.1 micrograms per liter. There was another question, one that has arrived a little bit earlier, just to mention it and simply say that we are not the right people to respond to this. Let's say that my national certificate, for example, from Germany expires in March 2029. What do I need to do at that time? Is it automatically extended to December 2032, or is there some action I need to take? And if yes, what? Although I may have an idea, I think it's safer and most appropriate to refer you to the relevant authorities. Perhaps the German authorities will give you the proper answer that perhaps you don't need to do anything or you need to do something, but it's not really within our area of expertise. There was another one I had seen. We have two lists. I have something on my screen, something in a Word document. That's why sometimes it's a bit confusing to see what is left or not. The question was, the information contained in the REACH dossiers is the property of the registrants. Can the data available / visible in the ECHA database ECHA be used to complete the DWD application, or must access to the data be granted by the registrants of the substance to use them in DWD applications? So applicants must ensure they have data access rights to the data. The simple fact that some data are shown on the ECHA website is not sufficient on its own to simply take the data and use them. You need to have access to the data to use. It is relevant to mention something important that is explained in Article 8 of Regulation 369 of 2024, the third Delegate Act, that explains that something I mentioned before, perhaps, that for the purpose of preparing its opinion, the Risk Assessment Committee may obtain information and may refer to information which is available from ECHA for other processes that ECHA is involved in, the Commission, other union bodies, authorities from member states and so forth. But there is an important point that is made in paragraph 2 of Article 8 that says the information referred in paragraph 1 may not be used to substitute missing standard testing or information required by the first implementing act. Or rather, is it a reference to the first or the second? Refer to the legislation. To translate this in simpler English, The committee may look into information that comes from other sources, which is registration or data from EFSA. However, this data cannot be used to fill in gaps in the applicant's submission. Okay, so you should not expect as an applicant that you can leave gaps, not meet the information requirements, simply ECHA will find this information from somewhere else. This will be registered as a gap in your application. This may lead to a conclusion which is not favorable, or a very strict conclusion, which is, just to take the example we mentioned earlier, if you cannot really demonstrate absence of genotoxicity, the committee may conclude that you have not made this clear, so they need to opt for a strict MTCTA value of 0.1. So the information that may come from other sources is not good enough to fill in any gaps that you may have left in your application. Again, going to the previous point, you need to make your application good when you submit it, rather than try to fill in gaps later on. Let's see if there is something else. I'm scrolling. There are a couple of questions that are very specific for very specific substances, and I think we need to take a little bit of time to provide a proper response than try to make something up. I'm talking about the fatty acids. Yes, I think I can look at my colleague and we will take this separately. I think we have generally covered everything. I will scroll down to see if something last minute has arrived. There is a question about prioritization. We would prefer to provide the response in writing. We need to involve. There may be the question, just for transparency, because we are going to publish this question anyway. It says, do you plan to select and prioritize certain substances for RAC assessment, or first come, first served basis? Well, logically, if we have too many applications, somehow we need to prioritize what goes first or second, okay? To say it's first come, first served basis, it's not something that we will ignore, but it's not the criteria or the only criterion probably, but we have not have any prioritization criteria ready, so there is no answer to be provided right now. We'll see if in writing we can provide something specific, but there is not much we can share with you right now. But we appreciate the situation that is being referred to. I think we can close here, at least. I don't know if there's any more questions from the room, or any questions, last minute questions from Slido. We'll give people a few more seconds in case somebody is typing something. And if we have missed something intentionally or unintentionally, as I mentioned before, we will be providing some responses in writing. Some of these responses will be, unfortunately, that we cannot answer ourselves, and we will have to refer you to the Commission. For example, transitional provisions, changing the positive list before 2026, and things like that. We will not be able to respond clearly and specifically. And my last comment will be a repetition of a previous comment. Please contact our help desk, especially if you have specific questions for a specific substance, which perhaps you have good reasons not to discuss sort of in public in the presence of other people. Please send questions, technical questions, scientific questions, any that is not clear. There is one point that we were discussing with some participants here during the lunch break about the boundary composition. I think it's worth a couple of words. The boundary composition may have a certain meaning under REACH and submissions being made under REACH. This is not the meaning we are using for the Drinking Water Directive. The boundary composition is one option when you prepare section 1.2 of EUCLID, which is the composition section. And this is used specifically and exclusively for metallic compositions, because you may have picked it up during the presentations earlier today. For metallic composition, you may have the alloy composition, what you are trying or you want to keep on the European positive list. Then you may also have the composition of the metallic composition category. So we're talking about the CW501L alloy. This is the legal entity composition. Then we have the copper zinc alloys category, which of course it exists, so it's not a very good example, but I just to use an example. This, to describe the composition of the category, you need to use the boundary composition in Euclid. And then we have the other composition, which is when you define the reference material for the new category. All this is explained in the help text in Euclid. The most important point, I know I'm saying too much and perhaps it's difficult to grasp it right now while I'm speaking. The most important point is that we don't use boundary compositions in Euclid the same way we do for each. That's one thing to keep in mind. You also need to look into the help texts, which are quite extensive for the templates we use for the Drinking Water Directive. Please take a look at the help text, and if something is not clear or you have a different understanding, or you aim to use the boundary composition concept in ways that resemble more rich, please do get in touch and ask questions, and we can also understand the issue better ourselves and give you proper guidance as well. Is there anything else before we wrap it up? Well, thank you. There is, I think there is some feedback possibility to provide feedback through Slido online. Please take the time to provide this. Good or bad, it will help us. We have already identified some issues that we need to get better next time, and I'm sure we will. There will be at least one such event next year for applications. It will be probably longer and much more detailed because it will be a big thing. And there we will not be able to avoid the distinctions between material types, which really we need to take into account to a greater extent, because organics versus cementitious versus metallics versus inorganics could be something that will be a big issue. But we also want to continue providing materials as we go along, so you will not have to wait until the next event. The infographic that Clara presented yesterday will be populated in the coming weeks and months with more materials, but everything that you need for the notification is there. It will give you very good understanding of whether you need to be involved in the notification, whether you have a stake, whether you want to become the notifier or help somebody else become a notifier. Gives you a guide, a pathway to the guidance materials, to the manuals, to the different practical guides, and then everything else to create your ECHA account if you don't have one, and so forth. So please, if you know you're completely ignorant about this registration, and hopefully after this 1.5 day of discussions, you are not anymore. But if you start from scratch, or somebody you know starts from scratch, send them to the infographic. It's available through our website, and I think we can provide these links to you as well. I think there was a question about whether we're going to share the slides. I do not think the slides of the second day will be present because the majority was basically a live demonstration, but for the first day, I think we will find a way to share the slides because they will have some relevant links as well. It will be useful. So if that is the case, it will be an update to the event page that we have used before to register, to watch the live stream. So if you come back, it will be there, the slides, the written Q&As will be there as well. Please start working on things if you have not started. I hope at least we got that message across, that you need to get moving with preparing the notification, which is very simple, but then the application, and you do not wait, obviously, to make the notification before you make the application. It's absolutely, of course, your choice whether to do that, but because application needs more work, start it now. At some point, make the notification the time you consider suitable, ideally early, for everybody to know and us to know what is happening, and we'll be there to help you all the way and ask questions and come back and ask more. Yes, please.
Just a suggestion, but because the material is totally different between metal and organic or cementitious and so on and so on and so on. Maybe for the next workshop for the application, maybe should be better to have maybe different workshop or different step for the different material, maybe more specific Just a suggestion, I don't know.
Thank you. Thank you for the suggestion. And I think we also need to make it a little bit more interactive to the extent that I think by the time we have any such workshop, some people will have practical experience with preparing the applications. And I think we need to ask them to share something with us. Maybe not necessarily entire dossier. This could contain maybe information you don't want to share before you submit an application, but people may have some experience. Again, if you we have something in mind to look into case studies for with real or realistic dossiers. That I think will help as well the preparation of RAC and the training of people at RAC. And we will be going out to stakeholders to see how they can help us with this as well. So we know many of you, and maybe I'm talking to many people who are online as well right now. There could be possibilities for something to be provided from in economic operators to us to help understand the situation, and the RAC to be trained as well in understanding situations before we start the whole process. But that's something that needs to be formalized a little bit more. So I'm just throwing this idea a little bit out in the air for it to float. But we'll come back to people who may have an interest in supporting us with no obviously strings attached. We're not going to make an assessment before 2026, end of 26, just to be clear. We're not asking for early submissions of applications. Thank you all. Thank you for coming. If I'm right, there is no new question pending, at least new that has just arrived. I wish you all a good afternoon and a good journey back home. It was very nice meeting the people who came here today, and we hope to have even more people at the next events, and we will try to keep the communication going. Thank you very much.